All right, we are live. So we're going to try and finish off Caverns of Ooze today. I did a little bit of work off stream. I'm not real happy with what I did. If you remember when I stopped yesterday, we were working on that first room had a 50-foot long cog, which is basically a cargo vessel. Cargo vessels, a traditional cog would have an aft and forward deck that sat above the main deck. So when this thing loads, I'll show you what we have. It's not awesome, but it does the job and portrays what it needs to portray. I probably would have been better off drawing these sections in Clip Studio Paint, creating a file and bringing it over, but I used assets inside of Dungeondraft and did it that way. And like I said, it looks like a ship. It's not awesome, but it looks like a ship. And that's all we're going to ask for. So today is brisket day as well. So about every hour, I'm going to go out and spray my brisket with some apple cider vinegar. You do that just to keep it moist so it doesn't dry out. And that's like a 2-minute thing. And I'll probably grab some water when I go out to do that the first time. But yeah, I was up this morning. I'm not using the smoker today. That's why just every hour I'm going to spritz. I'm using the Weber with the slow and sear insert in there. Just letting the coal slowly move across. I've got some wood sitting on top that'll burn and create the smoke. Man, this is taking forever. I should have left this open last night. I believe some of these are not necessarily going to need to be used. Decided to get on a little bit early, about 10 minutes early. So I want to finish this map. This map has been a little bit of a challenge between the ooze pool and a bunch of other stuff. I'm always watching when this thing's loading because it does get dangerous with a lot of assets in there. I mean, we were looking for so many little assets that we needed yesterday to get that cephalopod-looking ship going. Finally. All right, so this is what I'm talking about. Yesterday, we had this. I probably should have made the force section a little bit narrower, but I kind of drew it because this would come in like this. On an actual cog ship, the force section would come in and be pointed, but they would have this foredeck up here above. And that's what I tried to show on this when I made this last night. Not super thrilled with it, but it'll do. And then we added this because there's supposed to be like green waterfalls falling in curtains in these 3 sections. So I wanted to see how that would look, and it's not bad. I think in here we're going to throw some rocks around the pool. That's where we're going to start today. And then I looked for, because there's an Orb of Ooze. I don't have anything that's the same color as that, but I wanted it to stand out, so I used that one. But yesterday we did finish the ship here, and we finished this section. And I'm actually pretty happy with how these look. So yeah, we're pretty happy with the with this ship right now. What happened here? Trace image doesn't look like it's lined up. Did I move it somehow by accident? Or is it fine? Might be fine. I think it is. Alright, so let's take a look at total number of rooms here. I think it goes to 16, and it's relatively accurate. So this could be fairly quick. We'll see. It's not like some of these where it goes to like 30 and then you have so many rooms that have like A through E to do. But right now, we just need to go ahead and start putting stuff in and getting it prepped. Obviously, we're not going to populate it because that gets done inside our virtual tabletop. But let's take a look at it without the trace image. So we'll start throwing some stones in here. I don't know that we necessarily need them. This is just a pool, and this texture kind of has it on there. So I think we're going to leave that alone and just move forward. So we're going to call A, B, and C finished. Like I said, I'm not thrilled with this, but I redid this a couple of times, and it is what it is. It is going to stay that way. All right, let's go. So we need, I always forget, is it rock or stone that brings up the things that we use to throw down here? I love all the stupid stuff that comes up when we type that in. Yeah, this is what we usually use. Let's see how big these are going to be. There we go. They're pretty big. So we'll need to scale that down like we always do. Let's do that. We're going to take it down to, I'd say there, to like there. Yeah, that'll be okay. And I think we want to try to get the, there are other ones that we use a lot of the time, but we're using a different texture for our floors here. And I think we kind of want to match that. You love lamp? How are you doing this morning, Ash? But yeah, it's a cold front here. It's going to be like 85 today. We had some rain come through last night. I mean, it's been running high 90s with heat indexes that are just absolutely stupid. So had that brisket sitting in there for like a week, and I haven't felt like going out and actually cooking it. So I still don't feel like running the stick burner today. That's why I'm cooking it the way I am. And I tell you what, it's still ungodly warm. So I went with it. Yeah, the cold front we had last night coming through was nice. It actually rained a little, and then like all of a sudden the temperature dropped down. It's 74 right now. It's going to be 86, and normally those temperatures I wouldn't give a damn. Um, but it's just one of those things. I just don't, when in the summertime I've gotten to where I don't feel like going out. And every 25 minutes, putting some logs on the fire, adjusting the firebox, and sweating my ass off. You know what I mean? Yeah, fortunately, it wasn't a thunderstorm. It was just a nice rain. It's funny because they talk about the drought in the West, and here we've had so much rain that the lakes were like overflowing. People weren't able to get to the boat ramps where they keep their boats because they were underwater. So they had to close it down for safety reasons, and it's just been ridiculous. This has just been an absolutely nutty year. And I'm not, here's the thing, I am not about to complain. Not at all. That would be stupid. The people that are complaining about all the rain, it's like, look at all the years where we can't even, run irrigation outside because, we wouldn't have enough water to drink. So everybody's grass is brown or dying. We ended up having that last year right after I had all the sod laid in my yard. And, we almost lost the grass out back that we spent a lot of money fixing that backyard up after we had the pool taken out. So, tell you what, I have no issue whatsoever with us getting some extra rain now. But, you always get these dumbasses, oh my God, I'm so tired of rain. You know what? You'll be able to drink water, do your lawn, and you won't get ticketed for it. So, shut the fuck up. But people are going to complain about stupid shit, let's face it. Space heater fireplace going. I don't think we're going that far. I mean, the house is still at like 76 degrees. And I tell you what, it's terrible. We always, here's the thing, we always kept our thermostat at like 78 in the summer. And then my son's girlfriend moved in, and all she did was bitch and moan about it being hot, which his room was hot because he kept his computer running and he was kind of sunside, which is not a good thing. And, as a result, his room was always hot. This room gets warm with the PC running, but not as bad as his. But she would complain so much that we got tired of hearing all the shit. So we turned the thermostat up to like from 78 down to 73. Now, I turned it back up to 76. I'm gradually going to get it back to where I want it. But the wife is just like, oh my God, it's so hot. And I'm like, we were fine at 78 for years. You'll be fine. That's what we should have done, Ash. Let's be honest. We were way too nice. I mean, all these people that move in down here, it's fucking Texas. I mean, I don't know what you expect. It's going to be hot. You know, you move from places where, yeah, it can get warm and humid in the summer, but it's not where you have 100 days of 100 degrees like we have that shit down here. And then they'll come down and they run their air conditioner at ridiculous. And the thing is, they don't understand how air conditioning works, right? You know, you can only cool to, what, like 20, 25 degrees lower than ambient temperature outside. Otherwise, the AC just keeps running and burns a lot of electricity. It shouldn't be burned. And, you know, they don't understand how it works. And, you know, we're having electricity issues here because our grid's fucked. Because, you know, Texas. That's why we had issues this fucking winter when things went crazy and, you know, they didn't bother winterizing the wind turbines because that cost like an extra $100 a wind turbine or something ridiculous like that. They got cheap and, you know, we had power outages. So now we're having issues with some of the generators going down, and people are like, "Oh, I refuse to turn my air conditioner up." All they're asking is you to do 2 or 3 degrees. So if you're running at 72, going to 75, even 76, you're not gonna fucking die. But being selfish fucking animals, they're all like, "No, we can't fucking do. I'm not gonna do that." Well, when you have rolling blackouts and your AC goes out, then you know, tough fucking shit, right? Fortunately, I've said before, I'm on the grid with the hospital, so we didn't lose power through all that. I grew up in a family where, you know, dad worked construction, you're out all summer and that shit, and still came home. They had window units, but mom was cheap, so they'd run fans and stuff sometimes in the summer with the windows open, and you fucking lived. You know, that's what happens when you grow up in a house that's 170 years old. And it never bothered me. And when we first moved to Texas, you know, I still was like that, even though I had my own house, where we didn't run the air conditioners super low or anything like that. Um, I kept a, you know, I do miss having a basement because that was always like the place you could go where it was cool. But my basement had like double sliders down there. I kept a gym down there and it wasn't air conditioned. I'd work out all summer long and stuff and just run some fans when I was down there. I might scale these up for in some of the areas, lay some bigger ones down. And when we first moved down here, I mean, I spent, I'd spent summers playing golf all the time outside in that 100-degree weather, carrying my bag because, you know, only a lazy fuck rides a golf cart, and playing 36 holes a day. Didn't complain. But man, these people around here, they just can't fucking take a little bit of heat. So we'll try to place some big ones, some random spots. Oh, I knocked the golf cart. I would, you know, I was right up until COVID. I was still practicing a lot. Um, and if I play, I'm getting old. I'll still carry my bag and walk. You were a surprise. Yeah, COVID fucked with my golfing plans last year. Right when things started shutting down, I was practicing pretty heavy again. Getting ready to play in qualifiers for the U.S. Senior Amateur. Since I'm an old fart and can do that. See, my dad, he was in his 80s and he would still walk. Now, he wouldn't carry his bag anymore. He did use a pull cart. But he'd walk 18 holes. That's the only, now, when he would come down here to play, when he would visit, because of the heat, I'd get a cart and ride with him. But back home, he'd fucking walk and pull the cart. Of course, he was still going on the jobs and working in his 80s. Being stupid and hard-headed is something that runs in my family. Let's close off these little zones here. They're not actually going to be closed off, but we're going to put pillars here. I think after the summer's over, when it's semi-cool again, come September, so I'll re-up my membership and start practicing. Terrible thing about golf is your fucking short game is the first thing to go. And that's like the most important part of the game. You just hit the ball. See, I played high school and college golf. It would be funny. I'd go home and visit the old man, and you know, when he had his crew of old guys that he played with. And I mean old guys. My dad was in his 80s, and I think the oldest guy playing was like 90, 95. And I forgot to fucking lay stones down there. We'll do that. And I'd go up, and because, you know, they all had their pairs they played in, I would just carry my bag and walk on the course with them. And they would just play, you know, a short muni, something like that. Hey, Luli, how's it going? And You know, I'd get up there and the old dudes were funny. You get up there and you drive the ball 300 yards, and then you're waiting for them to get their third shot to catch up to you. And the old dudes are just like you're a golfing god or something because you just shot in the 70s. Let's lay this down. How many of these dips are there? We laid those in already, so I think we're going to do this one. There used to be a place down here. It was called Hank Haney Golf Ranch. And Hank was the guy that coached Tiger for a few years, but it was awesome because for $100 a month, he had a 9-hole course. I think the longest was like a 490-yard par 5. It wasn't anything massive. It had I mean, par 4s that I'd drive with my 3-iron, and but it was a good practice course for your short game because the greens had tough settings. It was set up for practicing traps and stuff. I mean, when I used to practice out there, there's what's his name, Hunter Mahan, plays on the tour. He'd be out there playing. I'd play with him once in a while. But his dad was Monty, was one of the instructors up there. But it was awesome for $100 a month. All the balls you could hit and all the golf you could play. And I'd take my son out there in the summertime, all summer, when he wasn't in school, and work with him. And he had a really nice swing, but he just did not. He did not like being out in the sun playing golf. He'd rather be home playing video games. And that was that was kind of disappointing. Cliff Cave, no shadow. Let's see the width on this. Undo. We need to take it down. We're going to experiment a couple of times. But it was cool because the people you'd see come out getting lessons from Hank, standing there one day and just practicing, and look, and standing next to me is Alice Cooper. Fucking crazy. All right. See, I had a natural hitch in my swing. Nobody ever messed with it because ball went where I wanted. I could work it left to right, right to left. And when I tried to mess with it, it would screw my game up. So I left that hitch in there. And it worked for me. Yeah, when you're going out shooting in the high 60s, low 70s, and trying to make corrections to a hitch in your swing is really stupid. So I was not going to fuck with my swing. Thing that fucked with my golf swing is tore my rotator cuff in this shoulder. It took a long time to get that back. Yeah, I would never tell somebody to line the ball up with the belly button. You know, the ball placement moves with your clubs. All right, so I think that's all the blockages. Let's start laying out individual rooms. We've done 1. We need to move to 2 and see what's here. Hey, Sleevington, how's it going? Thank you for the follow, Sleevington. Dungeondraft always looks slightly cartoonish. Well, right now I've got the trace image on. Let's take a look at it now. So I went in yesterday and I drew the ship. I'm not thrilled with it. Like I said, the 4 section, you know, I drew it so the curve comes in here because this is a cog. And the cog has a fore and aft deck, traditionally and historically, that would be elevated. So I drew it so that the fore and aft deck were up there, and the curve is not readily apparent. I probably should have actually drawn it in a drawing program, but I didn't. But we're slowly working on it. Yesterday, this was what I spent so much time working on, was this ship, getting this thing down. And the secret with something like this I found was, you know, using the shift key when you lay your lines, because it allows you to move the curves. See, my problem is I'm a hooker. If I hit the ball bad, I am hooking hard left. Otherwise, I generally hit a draw. Now, growing up, I had a fade. I mean, I grew up in the Northeast, and you didn't have to learn how to hit it into the wind. There was no fucking wind, right? And once I started playing and moved down south, you've got to learn to hit a draw so that it cuts through that wind. So when I got down here, I mean, my golf game, I was a pretty good golfer through high school and college, but my golf game improved once I had like 3 months a year where I was trying to, you know, you have to learn to hit knockdowns and all this other shit. It put more in my bag, so to speak. But I mean, I'm still the kind of golfer that I keep a 1 and a 2 iron. And depending on the course, I'll look at yardage markers, and I'll look at the yardage book, layout and stuff, and determine what I'm putting in my bag for the day. But like I said, that shoulder surgery fucked me. Left a good piece of my swing on the operating table. They took a lot of factory parts out of there and shaved some bone. All right. So I think 2. Let's look at room 2. I think I have it right here. All right. Space Orogs. So they're camped here. So I think we need to create like a camp situation. And then we'll put the Orogs in when we actually populate this in our virtual tabletop. But that's going to be a while. My table is so far away from this. This is level 19. I think we're on level 8 after almost 2 years. That group is slow, man. And that's fine. They enjoy themselves, and they get 100% completion per level. So let's see what we have for camp. I might not have pulled the camping stuff in. I might have. I don't think I did, because it's going right to lamps. Let's take a look. There it is. What's going on there? All right. Which virtual tabletop? I use Foundry. I picked up Foundry first. The ball's going to go in no matter what in the water. It can be a magnet. What can you say? I picked up Foundry. For a while, I mean, when I first started messing with virtual tabletops, I went to Roll20 because that was, it was around. Then I found Fantasy Grounds. I used that for a long time. Then I did the Kickstarter for Unity. When Unity came out, it was buggy as hell. And, I mean, there would be issues where I would click on a thing, because you need to pull the node up for a creature or something. You'd be looking at a minute, 2 minutes of waiting. It might crash Fantasy Grounds. It might pull, but you can't wait forever for stuff to come up. So I'm like, you know what? Bullshit. And I started looking, and I found Foundry, which won for $50. It's flipping awesome. One-time fee of $50. And you have the ability to pull stuff in from your D&D Beyond adventures and books, depending on what you do. Like I use a Patreon for Mr. Primate now. Before it was the VTT Assets guy, where that's deprecated and doesn't work right now. I know he's got family stuff and all, but I got games to run and things to do, so I flipped over to Mr. Primate, which actually runs a lot better than his did because it wouldn't pull everything in at one time. So using that, I don't have to buy books again. I just buy my stuff on D&D Beyond. I pull it into my tabletop. Bam, done. See, I don't know if you can actually say anymore that it's quicker to do things than Foundry anymore. I don't know. I mean, Fantasy Grounds added that thing where you could like draw or create a map inside of the virtual tabletop if you needed it on the fly. But again, with Foundry, when here, let me pull this up real quick. I don't know if you've looked at Foundry, but I'll pull it. I always do this. And let me see if I'm looking at window or application over here. And I mean, there's something to like about a system that lets you let your players log into you instead of relying on somebody else's servers to be up. You know what I mean? All right, so here's Foundry. And part of it is going to depend on what your DM's running it on and what they are using to bring everything in. So, like right now, we're in Slither Swamp in here. Now, I make sure that every level is pre-populated before we get to it. So things are ready when they come in. This is just going to be a sloppy level with all the shit that they're going to be fighting. But I pre-populate, and then using the downloader that I do, I don't have to wait to bring in monsters. It actually allows me... There were 1,975 creatures, and they are in the books. They're all already sitting on my server, ready to go. Every spell is sitting here. So it could just be that your DM is not using something that lets him download every asset that he needs, and that can slow things down. And he may not be doing prep work beforehand. You know what I mean? Yeah, getting the ball up is a big thing. But like I said, and they're going to have, where's this section? I prepped everything. When they come up here, there's going to be a scene where if they get drawn into it, look and pay attention, they're going to basically go into a dream state and turn into Yuan-Ti purebloods and have to fight this thing. And I have that pre-prepped, and I'll just drop each one. You know, each one got rolled individually for hit points that are left. Why am I not hearing that? There it is. Oh my god, that's perfect camera placement. So I'll drop that on them. It'll convert them temporarily to these things. They'll fight the battle. So it's fully, I mean, if you prep right, it's fully automated. That's the key, Sleevington, is prep. And as long as you prep correctly per level, there's no excuse as far as taking a long time between combats, scenes, or anything else. And that's the case whether you're playing virtual tabletop or at a table. If a DM's like, wait a minute, I have to read to see what happens here, they haven't prepped. And then I prepped this. Is this a level? This one's not fully prepped, but I've added stuff here that's going to make me excruciatingly happy. I've got these things, these squares set up. They don't see it, but when they walk on there, go upstairs, it'll send them directly, you know, down the stairs or up the stairs. And I don't know if Roll20 has some of the features that you've got on here, but you know, I've been spending time mapping out all of Mad Mage, and you know, we're getting close to done. I'm pretty happy with how the maps are turning out. See, that's not a feature, but it is, somebody made a thing called multi-level tokens, and if you put it in there when you draw a square or something, you can go in and set it up so it does have the teleports. And you can have it so that, like, this one is locked specifically to the left stairs here. This one's locked specifically, and then I have one trigger that I created, which is this, the teleport trigger. You can put the same one in every one of them, and I did that so that they don't keep going back and forth and driving me crazy like little kids. So once they're in the square, I'll click the trigger and send them to where they need to go. But yeah, stuff like this is awesome. Before, you know, I was throwing them across the map or doing what I had to do. And now I don't have to do that. But, you know, one of the reasons I like Foundry is when I make the maps, the walls and everything translate directly over into Foundry. I mean, the only thing you have to watch out for is sometimes the curves don't translate, and you have to mess with that. Like right here, the wall didn't translate well, and I'll probably come in when I go to populate the map with NPCs. I'll take care of that. I think from Slither Swamp it goes to Dwemer Core. They're in Slither Swamp, so yeah, I've already populated this, and I've repaired any walls that didn't translate well. And added secret doors, because you can't do that inside your mapping software. But this is fully populated and ready to rock and roll when they get in here. But I like the fact that I don't have to sit here draw walls for line of sight and stuff like that. So it's a no-brainer to put the two together. What's going on here? You know what I mean? It's just a no-brainer to use the two together since they work perfectly. But that's, honestly, that's the only reason I can see a DM being slow inside of here. I mean, I populate the map, I drop every note for every room in here, so that when they go in, I click the description, I read what's going on to them. If there's something that has to be read to them, we do our combat, do what we have to do their role play, it's all ready. I mean, and it's all stuff that's built in. There's no reason not to drop map notes onto your map and have everything ready before you get there. It's not going to eat up any more bandwidth. And I have a virtual server provider that I use. Last week I committed a Dungeon Master sin. What do you mean encounters that don't take... You mean just like roleplay? I just theater the mind that. You know, I'll describe what's happening, and then we go through and talk and just move from there. I mean, it's no different than when you play at a table. If you're playing at a table, you're not going to put pictures down of a room. Most people don't. You know, you're like, all right, this is the environment you're in. This is who you're talking to. Let's go. You know, and you role play it. So that's exactly what I do. So, I mean, yeah, that's just how I've always handled that stuff. All right, so let's put a camp here. Too big. I need this down at 0.5 because see, a 5-foot campfire, that's not going to make me happy. There we go. But yeah, it's just a matter of, you know, what your group's comfortable with. I mean, if there's a picture of who they're talking to or something, then I'll share that because that's all shareable. But yeah, I don't really worry about it too much. And it also depends on your group. Let's face it. There are groups that don't role play well. So, you know, sometimes you got to deal with that. Oh, you know what would help? Let's put the opening to the little tents here. Doesn't really say they're tents, it just says they're camped here. But we're going to pop this down. Well, let's hope he did, Ash. I mean, if there's a named NPC that they're fighting, did I leave that up? I'll show you what I do. Because a lot of times, you know, they'll come in and they'll be fighting an NPC, and it may say it's a stop. It may say that it's a human mage or something like that, right? With the following changes. Yeah, my group on Wednesday, until we tossed this one guy, or I tossed him because he was a jackass, they would try to role play, and his method of role play would be they're talking and I'm on the fucking tabletop. And I'm like, who the fuck did that? And I shouldn't have even asked who the fuck did that, right? I should have known it was this jackass. He would just attack. There was no role play. His role play was role play, you know, throwing dice. And it got to where I had to disable stuff and set it up so pause would disable everything so the crazy motherfucker wouldn't just start rolling dice and attacking. And I mean, the guy drove me nuts. So I mean, I set up folders for everything, but like here for Dungeon of the Mad Mage, I'll pull in like the mage. They already fought this guy, and I had to rebuild the server. So I had this guy actually set up with a picture, but he's a human mage with a couple of extra spells in. And one of the reasons that I do this is because it'll say, this person's a mage with the following changes, and it's usually changes to the spell book. But I have this module in here that allows me to export the spell book, create an item. So like here's Karsty's spell book with the additional things. And I can, if they pick it up, I can throw it onto their character. I still require them to go through, you know, the time and materials to copy the spell book. But now they have that to see what they want to actually copy over. And, you know, this little thing is freaking awesome just because I can create the individual spell books from the NPCs, have it ready, and say, all right, you find a spell book, who wants it? Bam, throw it in their thing. Done. But, again, that's part of prep, is making sure all that shit is ready and ready to roll. But, and this is another thing that's nice. The downloader that I use preps everything. So the entire adventure came down with VTT assets, which is the old one. I would have to do each individual chapter. Then I'd have to go through, pull in individual monsters as I populated. It was a nightmare. This thing, I can go in, pull everything in, and it's done. See, that would never happen at my table, though. The murder hoboing, it happens, and I usually kill the murder hobo. I murder hobo the murder hobo. Because, you know, nobody at the table has fun with that shit. You know, if you have a group of murder hobos, I guess it's acceptable. But everybody else wants to roleplay and play, and you have one murder hobo, it's time to kill the murder hobo. And if they don't get the message, they just end up dying over and over again, or they quit. But stuff like that, with them trying to screw the mayor's wife and stuff, you know. And it's because my Wednesday group was a public play group. You know, I ran Adventures League. We had 20 tables, 175 people a week. And you got to keep it clean because you've got all kinds of people coming in. They're all strangers sitting at a table. They're kids. There's all kinds of stuff. And, you know, at the beginning, every new DM, I'm like, you can't role play sex. You let people role play this or that. You know, if they've got a furry fetish and start playing with it, you tell them no. Because to make one person happy, you can't have 5 other people at the table unhappy and they want to quit. And I've always had, like, when I streamed a game, I sat down with the players beforehand and I'm like, look, there's no role playing of sex. There's no role playing of this or that. And we've got to keep it clean because, number one, I don't want my channel getting dinged. Number two, you can't make people uncomfortable watching. So keep it clean. If you can't do that, find another group to play with. And that's always been a rule that I run with, is keeping things clean at the table. And it's because of where I played and, you know, when you're running cons and stuff like that, you got to keep things clean. People have to feel safe when they're playing. Sure, go ahead and send it. I'm going to take 2 minutes because I got to spray apple cider vinegar on my brisket. I'll be right back. And let me check the temperature on that thing. Oh. All right, it's all spritzed. Hey, Google, set a timer for 1 hour.
Okay, 1 hour. Starting now.
This is the beauty of not using a stick burner when you're cooking a brisket. I can just sit here and do what I want to do. It's running on auto. You know, I'm using a Weber kettle. Hell's yeah, that I've had about 8 people over about an 8 to 10 year run of running public play events where I've had to throw them out for just doing heinous shit. Role playing an autoerotic asphyxiation fantasy that this one fucking weirdo had in front of an 8-year-old kid. Bam, out of there. Telling some girl that he wished he was in the Human Centipede so he could be sewn to her ass. You know, guy my age telling it to somebody his daughter's age. Bam, thrown out with a long conversation where I made the motherfucker cry. And, you know, stuff that you have to talk to people and kick them out for is ridiculous. It's things that a normal, decent human being shouldn't be doing, but it's something I've grown to expect when you're playing D&D in public play settings. And it really, really pisses me off. But yeah, like I was saying, one of the nice things, everything gets pulled in. Unfortunately, it's all like the black and white maps, but my folders are created, and I can pull in all of the maps that I've made. Now, I don't do that yet. What I do is I keep like 3 levels of maps on there, and then I have a test server that I use to test all my maps on to make sure they work right. And, you know, everything works fine. But the key, like I said, the key to fantasy, whether it's Fantasy Grounds, Foundry, Roll20, is having yourself 100% prepped for what might happen. And that, I don't, you know, I have a hard time seeing a reason for play to get slowed down. These guys are all sleeping on rocks. You know, because of playing on a virtual tabletop. I think I've... You know what? That's fine. No, it's not. That's good. God damn it. Cool. Yeah, that's true. It's the same thing like if somebody shoots pictures, unless you pay for copyright, the minute I hit the shutter, I own the copyright to that image. And the same goes for art. If you draw it, you own the copyright to it. So you would have to pay for those rights. So you're commissioning something, you're commissioning to be able to use it, not to sell it. Now, it doesn't work like that. Honestly, I mean, I look at it from this perspective. I mean, I spent a lot of years shooting. Um, and if I shoot your wedding, if you want to own the copyright and do whatever you want with those images, you pay more than if I shoot it and provide like an album and all this kind of stuff too. You're going to pay to buy that copyright from me. And the thing is, it's you have to be that way because people want to pay you dick from the beginning. Um, so you got to make sure that they're not taking advantage of you, and make sure you get paid for all the time you put in. So people think, oh, it's just a matter you come out, you spend 8 hours, you shoot a wedding, and it's done. No, shoot a wedding, you spend 40 hours doing other work, plus the album, and then taking care of, oh, they need this or that touched up on a couple thousand images. You know, based on what the average jackass wants to pay you to do that work, you're not even making minimum wage on the time you put in working. So, you know, and they don't appreciate that. They'll spend thousands of dollars on chair covers and napkins that get thrown out. And then the one thing they'll have at the end of that wedding, you know, the images, they want to pay dick for it. And then they are shocked when they end up crying because they get shitty pictures. Because they paid the cheapest dude. Yeah, there's a difference between usage right and commercial rights. If you were going to like make a poster or something and sell it, those are commercial rights, and the artist is not going to sell that cheap. All right, 3A, Great Ooze March. When they arrive, the ooze rises, takes form of a conga line of modrons. That'll be funny. But that'll be use your words because I'm not putting that in here. Flows down this tunnel and pools slightly depressed in the rocky floor. So it's like, let's find 3B, see what they're talking about. So that's over here. Ooze rises, takes the form of Alistair Blackcloak. So this is all, use your words, that room is done. I like these rooms when you get done your basic layout, that they are just done. That's my favorite room. All right, 4. "60-foot high cavern. The orb is in there. Cavern ceiling is dotted with stalactites, and the ooze flows around a few stalagmites. So the stalagmites are going to be here. We got to remember, Sleevington, what she's talking about is they actually... I mean, it looks like they... I don't know. Did they actually paint it? I don't know that they did. Or did they just copy and cut your face into it? I'm trying to figure out what they did here. I mean, if it was an actual painting, even digital, then yeah, I can see it. I mean, I used to paint portraits for people, and I wouldn't even touch brush to canvas for 150 bucks. And this room that's just like my computer area now, that used to be my studio in here. All right, so I need... Did I bring it in here? Where's the cave stuff? Let's do this. see. So I don't know how that you start off stalagmite or stalactite and it brings in crystals. I don't know how that translates over. And I think the issue is going to be, I think the stalactites and stalagmites that I have are original art style, and I can't mix the two. I just can't mentally do it. It's like these are all crystals. Crystals and geodes. See, these are the stalactites and stalagmites that come with it. Yeah, you got to be careful with that. Lucasfilm and Disney are not friendly companies. They just pretend to be. Hey, Victormes, how's it going? Look, that cave gets me pumpkins. I think what I'm going to place, because I don't have proper stalactites and stalagmites right now. Oh, the cave pillars. Hold on. I know where I want to use these. Well, no, I don't. I think what we're going to do is this. Let's find a rock that we can substitute for a stalactite or a stalagmite. I think that's the plan. So we're going to keep these things. Again, we're going to do this. We're going to try to stick to something that's similar in color to our background image. Let's take the opacity so it's really light. Let's start dropping stuff in here. See, I get Amazon delivered direct from Amazon all the time. But I know, I mean, we have a distribution center that they put right here in the area that I live. I know this isn't what it's supposed to be, but I don't care. It's a little bigger than it was supposed to be there. All right, so those will be our stalagmites. Is there another room with these things in it? Let's just get it done. So, you know, me, I'll have to take a picture of my brisket probably on the next spritz, because that is just a lovely sight. You can hire the ones that took night classes at law school. See, now everybody I know that did night school at class, or law school at night, what the fuck am I doing? And they ended up coming out and working as fucking prosecutors. All right, so we know this is going to be one of those portals. So we're going to put these things in place here. I think all the portals on here are like this, with like a lintel stone on the top. And we know what I'm going to put in place of a lintel stone. Oh, we missed some here. I mean, these are not the perfect choice for what they're supposed to be, but I can live with it. That's the key when you're doing your maps. Can you live with what you're doing and putting down? So we have another one here. And then this is always my choice for these portals. Crypts and cemeteries provide lintels. So I usually use the tombstone. And if it's in the wall, it works really well. You know, you just give an indication of a... and I'm just going to drop it here and then put it on top. I want to use that one or that one. Oh, I do that a lot, where I put something down and I'm like, you know what, I'm really excruciatingly unhappy with that, and I will hem and haw over a zone forever until it's close to what I want it to look like. And I've gotten annoyed with some of these things enough that I'm like almost ready to pull out the you know, pop the graphics tablet up and pull up Clip Studio Paint and start creating the asset that I don't have. And I'm like, you know, if I start letting myself get into that trap, I will never finish a single map. Especially not these massive monstrosities. Yeah, they don't notice it. But I know it. That's the problem. I know it's there, and I know I could have done something better. You know what I mean? So that works for our portals, and it, you know, it gets us what we need. Um, I tell you what, the one thing that I discovered in this thing that became like the most useful thing ever is this. Like if you're doing pattern and let's say you need a curve, the fact that you hit that shift button and you can just create that curve to go whatever you want. I used to, until I found this out, just click along the lines of the curve. And now it's just like, you know what? I don't need to do that. I can make the curve match what I want, especially with circles. You know, if we were to do a curved area in here or a curved zone, um, you know it's not going to come out right if you just click it. It's not going to work right. But let's say we wanted to do a circle that covers this 4x4 area. We just go here. Oops. Oh, no! We need to redo that. Oh. Almost tragic. So, I mean, you can just go there, point to point. There's one. And we have a perfect circle. So I discovered that and I was like, that's fucking awesome. Oh my God. You know, I've played with DMs where, and I've never been a real fan of writing detailed backgrounds. Um, but you play with a DM that they want like a 2-page detailed background, and it's like, why? I'm not doing that. I want to write something into the story. It's like, no, my character doesn't need something written into the story. Let's not do that. You're making Dad uncomfortable. I know I saw one right here that needed to be dropped. Where did it go? Or am I smoking crack? There it is. My son, he would always demand that stuff, right? And just to piss him off, I made one character one time, and his name was He Who Shall Remain Nameless. Oh my God, he was so mad. And we were playing a game anyway where it was deadly as fuck and I knew characters were going to die. Why would I write a detailed background in something where there's probably a 75% chance your first level character was going to die and you're re-rolling a new one? All right. The pudding pit. 20 feet across, 20 feet deep. Bottom of the pit, 3 intelligent black puddings. They used to be drow worshippers. When they detect prey nearby, they climb the sides of the pit and use fairy fire spells to outline their intended targets before attacking their suit with their pseudopods. Melts acid arrow spells that prey beyond their reach. That's going to be pretty fucking cool. So the beauty of that is the acid damage and fucking up my plate wearer's armor. The paladin that just had to quit because of life in general, he's lost 2 sets of armor walking into gelatinous cubes. It's like, do you ever think about rolling perception when you walk down a hallway? And, you know, he's not going to have enough perception as the paladin just for passive perception to pick it up, the way he creates his characters. And it's like, maybe when you turn corners, roll perception. I got tired of telling him, and I just, you know, sorry, you're naked again. See, I never come in with a preconceived notion of how a player's going to play. The guy that would automatically roll arrows, I mean, I kind of knew he was going to play like a jackass, but he played like a bigger jackass than I ever expected. So 5B is the gate. I think we're done there. Oh, wait a minute. Carved into the lintel spanning them is a blood red X. So I can't even put that on there. That's fine. An enormous vessel is clearly visible through the openings in the northwest wall. I'm betting that is the thing that we spent all day making yesterday. Yeah, that's this. I think the only issue I'm going to have is when I get into Foundry, I'm going to have to take all the walls that are going to be created by this out and convert them into terrain walls. Now, I wish there was a way to just click on a wall and change it from one wall to another, but that's not a thing. But we'll still have the cool ship. Yeah, with 5e, it's really hard to get killed. Let's be honest. Because there's very little way, there are very few ways to kill a character once you hit a certain number of hit points. Hitting them while they're down is DM, which is, you know, resort of a bad DM. Unless it's a specific creature that will keep attacking until it knows you're dead. Those exist. But, you know, you do that to trigger double failed saves and stuff like that. It's kind of a douche move. Now, something like a Disintegrate spell, you could have a ton of hit points, but once you drop below that, if you make that failed save and it burns you down to dust, you're just fucking dead. There's not a lot that can happen to save you from that. So, but D&D 5e, I almost wish it was more like 3rd edition to some extent, where the players actually felt their mortality. You know what I mean? Like something like Pathfinder, it's if you you take enough more damage below 0 than your Constitution. You're dead. Where 5th edition is just like, nothing can kill me. Yeah. That happens. Alright, so room 7. So let's do this so we can see the rooms a little better. Where's room 7? I think we put the gate in already. Yeah, room 7 has the gate. And then the fake beholder will add in after because it's a gas spore. Room 8. Gas spores, elevated tunnel. Nothing I can add there to make that happen. Room 9. It's probably going to be the high ground zones, which we already created, along with treasure. So that's done. Room 10 has the ooze. Room 11, the glittering cavern of Yarok Prismatic. Let's take a look at this one. And my Wednesday group has a sorcerer, a druid. My brain just stopped functioning. Let's see. A monk, a cleric, a druid, a sorcerer. The paladin's not there anymore, so their tank's gone, and then they have the warlock. So caster, druid, cleric, and monk. Not having a tank is going to be detrimental to them. It is what it is. It depends on how they're played. You know what I mean? I think she's Circle of the Moon, so she is able to get some creatures, which she does. But, this has been a tough dungeon on them. I mean, if I was going to run a druid tank, I would do a mixed druid barbarian. That's kind of how I would multi-class it, you know what I mean? Exactly. You know, you dip a little bit into one, and there you go. You got your rages, you got your beast form. All right, 2 columns of rock support the 30. These are the rocks, so I can't do much with that. Encrusted with crystals that catch and reflect light. Floor is strewn with boulders and rubble. We've kind of added that in. I guess we need to add a few bigger rocks in here. Now, is that from Unearthed Arcana, or is it printed material? Because I always... So we're still playing from Adventurers League and still Player's Handbook +1. So I make them pick. we're gonna put some. We're gonna put some small rocks in here. Let's see. Oh, boulders. We actually have boulders. Awesome. Yeah, Tasha's. I don't have anybody using anything out of Tasha's. All right, so that room's done. Boulders, done. In here, rock music fills the cavern. What the fuck? Floor is concave and filled with golden sand to a depth of 10 feet. All right, so we need to do something here and create sand. So let's see if we have sand. That's really a good question. We have a lot of shit. I don't think that's one of that. I don't think that's it. Got a lot of wood textures. I don't think we have any sand. Let's take a look here. Wet mud puddles, that's not sand. All right, so we have acid, dirt, dirt, dirt. We have lava. Ooh, sand. Sweet. You know, who would think we'd get excited over some sand? But we're going to do this. All right. So this will eliminate our squares, but it'll still be there because we're going to put our grid on when it comes into play. Normally I'd keep my tablet running. And do this on there, but we're not doing that. I mean, I admit on my Wednesday group, I am committing a DM cardinal sin because we usually have where some players, you know what we're going to do? Let's take advantage of this. May not be there. So we have Drought in the group, and one of the NPCs is a, you know, drow-loving fanatic kind of person. I'm not sure that I like that. So I let that NPC tag along a while ago. A lot of times I'll let her stay out of combat and do nothing, and on days when they're short, she'll come in and help. But, does that look like sand? Sure. Are we thrilled with that? I don't know. I just don't know. Just have to explain them every session later. Support, Ranger, Berserker, middle. I mean, you can build a wizard where it's not just support. Yeah, some players you need to. I'm guessing when you're saying that, do you mean that you had to res the guy a lot because of some stupid mistakes? You know what? We're going to leave the sand. I think we're fine with that sand. There's that sand, and there's this sand. Oh, that one's better. This is way too bright. Blech. Play bodyguard. So they got it themselves in a lot of trouble? Hey, I've played with players get themselves in a lot of trouble, and I let them get themselves killed. If they have a death wish, they can feel free to let their character die. Hey, let them take it. Once they drop, it's not your problem. There's only one way to let them learn. All right. Clinging black puddings, nestled in a 12-foot high alcove in the back, a misshapen granite altar. It was just dumb. That's the same thing as a death wish. That's just... the Darwin Award at work. And the thing is, you know, if you have a dumb player, man, you're better off letting them play the dumb fighter or something. Or the dumb paladin. Let's face it. That works. Pushed him into it. Hey, check out that pit. Ah! I don't have a misshapen altar, so we're going to just put an altar down. And if this is a statue, I guarantee we don't have that. Nestled in a 12-foot high alcove in the back of the cave's misshapen granite altar. Staring out from it is a 1-foot diameter purple disc. 9-foot tall statue carved in the form of an amorphous, forward-lurching pillar. Reaches out with a dozen clawed human arms. You know what? And this is the tack that I take when it comes to statues. There is no way that you can possibly have every possible statue described in these adventures. But there is one thing that you can do. You can do this. You place a statue base and you use your words to describe what's sitting on that base. That has become my mantra making maps and playing is use your words, because there's no way you can have all of them. Yeah, the fucking player trying to get laid all the time. That's it's always been a point of contention for me. All right, so I need to pull up my reference map now, because once we lay down things like the floor and all, my numbers no longer exist. So let me pull my reference map up. Let's check our brisket temperature. That flat was running ahead of the point, and now it's catching up. We're getting to where it's going to hit the stall. Once you get close to the stall, which there's this point about 170 degrees where the fat inside the brisket is melting and evaporating so rapidly that it won't cook through it. I mean, you'd have to leave it there for hours to get through this thing. And once it gets to 170, I always go outside, take 5 minutes, wrap it, double wrap it in foil, stick my thermometers back in, and just by wrapping it like that, it forces it to cook through the stall. But we are about 15 degrees from the stall, so it is going to slow down a little bit. And then we cook it to about 195, 200 degrees, so when you slice it, it just pulls apart. Ah, heart attack on a plate. I love that shit. I still think it's funny. My son gives me a hard time. He's like, "You're a gamer and your whole Instagram is barbecue." It's like, yeah, I'm a gamer that makes barbecue. Get over it. All right, so 13A, we have that taken care of. This is where we need to take a look, is this stuff down here. So I'm going to pull this off to the side. I'll pull that right there. Depends on the armor you're wearing, whether you'd be able to do that. You'd have to doff the armor to be able to do it. All right, crates. Second Dead Oregon plate armor, along with its great axe, lies amid the wreckage of several wooden crates. Toward the back of the hold are 5 intact wooden crates and 5 wooden chests secured with heavy cargo nets. So that's going to be down here. So what we need then are some chests. We need how many? 5 crates and 5 chests. So I think toward the back of the hold. So I don't know. Technically, what's the back and what's the front? I think we're gonna put it back here. We'll put some broken wood around here, and then we'll put the chests and crates back here and drop a net over it. Yes. All right. So let's start with, come on, chests. Chest. And of course it brings up chair, because chest and chair are the exact same thing. Oh, fuck. Got to remember, layers. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. Will it fit? Come on, baby. You can do it. 5. Is that? Come on. There's no problem with doing it the way we did it. This creates items that will not allow me to just drag and select chests and stuff. So we have to be careful in our placement. And then we need 5 crates. I think we'll do it like this: 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, where it's on top. And then we need to find, I don't know that I have a cargo net, but we'll have something. Let's see, crate will bring flotsam, because that's the same thing, and blood. You know what we haven't done in a while? And this doesn't have the crashing issues we used to have, but we still need to make sure that we save. All right, there we go. All right. So we try exact and see if we can get it quicker. There we go. Let's just pick some square crates. It'll be a little bit easier, and we're not going to make them huge. 1, 2, 3. All right, now we need some broken wood. It's possible we're going to need one. All kidding aside. Gotta have a mic so you can use Discord. Wednesdays from 7 until 9 Central. Oh my God. All right, let's try this. We'll look up broken. Killing me. I know what I want, and I forget where the hell it is. This is always the best, when you forget where your shit is, because you've got too much loaded in. Alright, so we know it's not in the broken stuff. Let's try wood again. It might... No, you know what? Because we didn't... Oh, there it is. So, these are not the best assets for what I need, but we're going to do it this way. So we'll do this. We're going to take it down really freaking small. And... needs to be on layer 4. Is this still going to be too big? It's still going to be too big because it's damn floor planks. See if we can kind of get this to look like some wood rubble in here. I'm not thrilled with this, but it's going to be what it's going to be. And we'll see if we can find some other broken stuff to throw in here. We just need some dead bodies and shit too. I'm pretty sure I don't have what I need as far as the bodies. Yeah, I don't have that. Stop. Has it been an hour already? Alright, now let's go to broken. Do we want to throw that in there? I don't think we do. I'm guessing if you're looking for that, it's probably mostly groups playing. What's the name of that game? Edge of the Empire. Yeah, that's it. I have it. I've never played it. I don't know if I'm happy throwing those planks in there. See if we can get them all off. Well, I'd just end up with like 5 I can't get off or something. Ooh! We set it to 100, so... Alright, we're going to leave it like that. I need some dead bodies. Give you. Alright. Did I pull that asset pack in? You're going to get me a lightsaber. It's like, no! No, I'm not! There we go. We didn't bring bodies in. I'm not sure that we're going to be able to use any of these, but let's see. I can't keep ignoring that timer. Let me go spritz my brisket. I'll be right back. Watch out, young men. Let's try corpse. That's not cheap either. I mean, the Eco Sabers are what, 130? Oh, you can do the Apprentice Sabers for 90, well, down to 75. Look at that shit. That's just a handle. Ships in 12 to 15 weeks. Jesus. It's like there are a lot of very bored people waiting for lightsabers to come that'll take forever to get there. And I guess to add the blade, is that extra? Yeah, it's crazy. Pink blade. Mm-mm-mm. The Nova Apprentice. Crazy. No scam likely. All right, so we need a dead body. And I don't have the dead body that I need. Dead Orog and plate armor. I mean, this is what we could do. I don't really have a dead dude in plate armor. I have like a dead Saracen. So I think what we're going to do with dead dude is this. Put this guy in. He needs to be at like 0.4. Can we get him on layer 3? Well, we can, but he'd be under. So we had to throw this in layers to make this thing work. So layer 4, that's about the right size. So we are going to do this. We're going to put him here. We're going to throw some more rubble on him. Says he's in the rubble, so let's rubble the place. Only through the memes. Alright, so there's dead guy. In the hallway there's a dead guy. See, the guy in the hallway is a cook. That kind of looks like the cook, but I can't place that down because that looks like shit. I just can't make myself do that. Let's throw a dead guy there. And there's a dead guy on the ladder, but it's going to be hard to put him on there, so we're not going to put the dead guy on the ladder. Well, in the future, you'll know. Hey, some spooky. Oh, Loki's still laying there. He moved a little bit. Now, you know, word it more carefully in the future. Oh, we need a cargo net over here, too. That's a shame. Let's see. So that's too much stuff. We needed 5 and 5, and that's what? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. I mean, I guess technically we could throw this down here, right? And get rid of those crates. Do we want to do that? Let's see how that looks. We can always replace the crates. How you been, Spooky? Right now, we're just determined to get these maps done so we can move on to something else and get back to gaming. I am so tired of the Mad Mage. I know it's terrible, but I am so tired of Dungeon of the Mad Mage. It's driving me nuts. You know, we're going to place this here. That's fine. It's close enough. So this isn't a game. This is prepping for playing D&D. And because I play using a virtual tabletop, I map it all out. If I didn't map it, I'll show you. I can show you right here. The map would just be black and white like that without any of this colored stuff in there. And, you know, that's just fugly. Doesn't give me descriptions of the rooms. And when I describe a room, I'd rather the room look the way it's supposed to look. So we're just doing maps for using in Foundry to be able to play D&D online with our players. All right. 13C contains a dining table, 6 stools, and a small iron stove. And once we get this all done, then we'll probably get back to playing I don't know what we're going to end up starting back playing. That's a good question. Table. Oh, God. Stuff scattered across the floor. I hate that. Sometimes I do. I was running a schedule for a little while before I decided to drop the schedule and finish off these maps. And then we'll get back probably to schedule. I was playing like Skyrim on Mondays or an RPG. Tuesday I had a randomizer set up, so I would basically do this. Let's see if it pops. So we would have played Doom Eternal on Tuesday for random day. I had like 10 games in rotation for that. Wednesday we would map. Thursday, I don't know what we were doing. And then Friday I'd go in and play Call of Duty or some FPS game. I'm probably going to switch what I'll do as far as rotation once we get done these maps. I'm just not set on what I'm going to do yet. So what does it say? 6 stools. I don't really want to put stools in here. Let's put a shitty chair in. But we've been so determined to get these maps done. I just decided to throw everything aside for about 2 weeks and finish off the last 4 or 5 maps. Feels like I've been doing these forever. I think I have a cabinet with some doors thrown open, but I'm just not seeing it. I think I know where it is. It's not really a cabinet, it's a wardrobe. but I may use it. And I may not have imported it. I mean, we could... Oh. Let's see if it's... Let's take a look. So one of the probes hit 171. I need them both to be at 170. So the other one needs to catch up. I am going to change this to that. So what we could do, because we have covered doors, right? We could put a cupboard there. Put a door. Can we flip this 180 degrees? I don't think it'll do it. We'll do one open there. And we're going to put one here. And we'll do the same thing. So let's throw that open. Let's go back and look at kitchen, and we're going to throw some stuff on the ground. Anything else we can throw around? And it looks kind of messy enough. I don't want to make it look too freaking busy, so we're going to leave it like that. Resin walls are sculpted and painted to look like glossy back tentacles entwined around one another and screaming elves in their grasp. Easels and paintings. Resting on a wooden easel in the middle of the cabin is a half-finished canvas. Blood-stained wooden chair with iron wrist clamps bolted to its armrest sits in a forward alcove. Wow. I think I have something like that. Did I bring in the cultist pack? Bring in the cultists. Yes, we did. See, the cultists are always good for something. See, all the torture chairs and stuff or devices are in the cultist pack. Unfortunately, they just have like a rack, stocks, no funky chairs. See, look. We bring up torture and it gives us cabinets, chairs, and altars. I mean, how does that even work? That logic is beyond fuzzy. That's not fuzzy. All right, let's just do chair. So where does it say the chair is? A forward alcove. We'll put it over here. Okay, we need an easel. I don't think I have that. I have a scroll case. How is that related? I have a harpoon. That's very easel-like. Now it's possible if I type in painting that it'll give me something that'll work. But let's scroll through and see if we actually get an easel out of this. Oh, you know what? I know where it'll be. I know exactly where we might have an easel. There's a museum pack. That might make sense. It might not make sense, but it might make sense. I think we will end up finishing this map today. It just really comes down to, are we going to be too picky to finish the map? I'm tempted to go wrap that thing. The point has hit the stall. It's just holding. I don't want to overcook the flat. So let's see if this brings in what we're looking for. If it does, that will be awesome. Come on, baby. Show me an easel. No, nothing but mummies. Bastards. Painting. How do we get that? How do we get minecart from painting? See, that's a damn shame. All we have is that. Let's see if we can do something here. This is probably going to look like hell. All right. All right, so we've got that. We don't want the wood fence. I need wood railing if I have it. That's metal, stone, wood. All right, let's take the width down. All right, so to make an easel from top, so the canvas would sit there. Okay, come on, you fuck. Canvas would sit on this, right? I double clicked. Why is it doing that? There to there. All right. Then let's do this as under. So kind of like here. It's not going to look right. But we need to see if we can get this to there. To there. Fuck you. Fuck you. It is determined. Oh! It did it. Now that does not look like an easel, does it? So we don't have our perspective right on that. This really needed to be... Doesn't look good. We're going to use our words and describe what's in here. Now our other option... to go like that, put a mirror in there, and call it a picture. I think we're going to do that. Easel and paintings. We need a table. Brush, we don't have that. Let's see. Brush brings up literal brush like plants. Ooh, hold on. We can just throw some random shit here. That's good. Done. All right, we need to find our picture. Where is it? All right, 13. E and F are both cabins. We're going to put some bunks in there. Let's see if we actually have bunks. Nope, but we do have beds. So, come on. So we need something that'll look like it is or could be stacked. So I think we're going to have to go with one of these. So we'll do that. Color it. Size it. Two sets of bunk stacked 3 tiers high. Let's see, so that would be about 6 foot, because that's a 10-foot square. Let's take it up a little bit bigger. So it's about 7 feet long, and we'll do this and this. Same thing down here. G is the bridge. Two circular, don't need that. Painted on the slope ceiling is a chart, grooves. Middle of the floor suggests piece of furniture once rested there. So I think, well, only thing we really need if this is the bridge is this. Is there a wheel? Tell you what, let's put some stuff in here. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't put a door there. No one can get into the bridge because there's no door. Haha. See, the randomizer is just there to let us know when we start off. I would hit that if it was random day. I would hit that. It determines the game we play, and then we're done. All right. Airship. Put the wheel, and we're going to call that room done, other than a door. Come on, you can do it. Come on. There we go. Door. And then that leaves us with H. What is in H? Floor here is covered with shattered glass and brine. The remains of jars once held pickled human brains. Curved walls bear empty shelves. All right. So for this, what I generally do for that is this. I think, let's take a look. Let's size it up a little bit. All right, so we're going to create shelves this way. We're going to start here, go to here, and curve it. You fuck. It's a good idea right up until it does that. All right, so that worked. There's our shelves. Any broken glass? I know I've got better broken glass than that. Let me look at my temperature. I think that might have something in it. All right. I'm going to reload this, and I'll be back in about 4 minutes. I'm going to go wrap that brisket. All right. All wrapped. I have to adjust my temperature on here, and we're good. So I'm hoping this throws the asset in that we need. We're just going to check with the general asset tool there. All right, so I have that. And I've used this for another map already, the broken glass that I'm looking for. Just trying to remember if it's going to be under glass or broken for the tag. And sometimes it doesn't even work by doing it this way. You've got to go in. Is that it? There it is. So we do have it. Now we need this on layer 4. We need snap off because there we go. So that room's done. Ship's done. It is a long movie. It's a good movie, though. It's like there's certain movies that when they come on that I'll always watch. Silverado is one of them just because I like that movie for some fucking reason. A huge gray ooze lurks in the northernmost alcove. Don't need to put anything other than a huge gray ooze. 15. Oh, shit. Look, we didn't do this. that. And we'll use this one. The Dollar Trilogy. No, thank you, Scam Likely. All right, so 15 is done. Oh my God, 16. 16 is the last room. $16. Top of the tunnel that descends to level 20, 18-foot high ring-shaped cavern created by a purple worm. Done! Nothing wrong with liking westerns. I said we would finish this fucking map today, and look, we finished this fucking map. Yesterday, our issue was we spent, what, like 3 hours working on the ship. You know, both the top deck and down here. But now we're done. Done is good. See, I like some of the modern ones too. I mean, Silverado is awesome. The Magnificent Seven with Denzel Washington. It's awesome fucking Western. Wyatt Earp. And then Tombstone. Two different versions of the same story. Both awesome. It is a little slow, but it's still a good movie. Magnificent Seven, yeah, that was awesome. Even the old one with, you know, the dudes that were in that was a good movie. That's how we know we're done. We put the title on the map. Sweet. Guns of Paradise. I probably have seen it. I just don't remember it. Oh, I'm trying to think. There's like a series of spaghetti westerns. can't remember the name of it, but some of those were good too. Not Clint Eastwood movies. Oh yeah, the Trinity films. They call me Trinity. Yeah, there were a lot of crazy ones. All right, so this one's done. We've saved. Yeah. All right, let's export this shit. Yep. Yeah, that one's another Clint Eastwood movie too. Fuck. I didn't mean to do it that big. That size right there, that 15,000 pixels is the killer. Tell you what, I really want some brisket right now.
Incoming Roman season.
Let's listen to this bullshit.
Thanks for taking our call. We are calling on regard of the Affordable Care Act to inform you about the new plans and discounts you can get on this incoming enrollment season. We're sorry you missed our call.
I mean, I can't even understand what the fuck they're saying. If this doesn't crash it, we'll save it at the correct size. That's a big fucking map. Yeah, exactly. We're pretty pleased with this map, I gotta say. I'm not super pleased with the cog. Everything else is good. Yeah, I don't know. Fortunately, let's see. I mean, I think I deleted it already. Even the translator didn't understand what the fuck they were saying. That's how bad it was. So we've got the DD to VTT, the PNG, we'll do the JPEG and the WebP. And I don't think I'm going to do this at 200 pixels this time. There's our JPEG. And the WebP should be the smallest file. No, it means we're going to start on the next freaking map. So it was 52 megs, 12.8 megs. Did we do the JPEG at 100%? That size seems a little small. We've got to do that at 100. Come on, ask the question. I didn't ask the question. So just that change, going from 90 to 100%, changed that file from 12 to 44 megabytes. Let's take a look at the JPEG file, just to see how it looks. As long as you're out here, the pixelation isn't bad. It's just these big ass maps. When we're able to do smaller maps, it won't be a big deal. That is not good right there, but that's fine. Jesus. Can't believe how bad that one degraded. It's like that one thing just degraded so bad. We're not going to redo it though. All right, that map is done. All right, let's take a look at the next chapter. Chapter 20. Runestone Caverns. More fucking caverns. I really like, I mean, I do much prefer constructed zones. And by constructed, So it definitely is much better when you've got these square zones. This is 21. It's so much easier to lay out when it's like that. See, like this ooh, we'll get to awesome. We'll get to do the teleport module on the virtual tabletop to make this one work. That'll be awesome. And then the last chapter is this. And that's a constructed zone. Let's get back to 20. All right, so what are we going to have here? This tower is going to be a little bit fucked. But let's do this. Save image as. Need to create a folder. So it's broken away from the pattern of cave, constructed, cave, constructed. Pulling up my app so we can edit that image. Looks like we'll have a good chunk top and bottom we can chop off. All right, so we'll go through the whole prep process today. This is probably the biggest part right here, is cutting off as much as we can to create a map that we can work with. All right. Let's apply that. That's a good chunk cut. No, we don't want to save it as an Affinity file. I don't know why I always do that. Export JPEG. 950 is going to fuck us. Pretty sure it's going to fuck us. We'll see. And even if we chopped up to here, that's not going to take it down enough. If that ends up being a 9500 pixel height map, this little bit here is not going to take 100 pixels off. See how tight we can get it. I'm not real comfortable with that. See, it just took us down to 923. All right, now I need to pull up map-align. And this is where it'll tell us how far off we are. We're going to be like 1200 pixels too big. And you know what? We're just going to make the fucking map. What's going on with this map? This is fucked. I don't think I can pull this in, but I'm going to try. what's happened here? Let me take a look at something. Went in to see if we could save a different version of the map. Alright, so we didn't cut anything off. Look at that. That's a big freaking difference right there. That's a little crisper. Much improved. I was freaking worried. Alright, so grid added image on save. Let's see if we can get this to work the first time. What we're looking for is for these lines to stay consistent side to side and up and down. Looks like that's working. Yeah, that didn't work. So that's where we did it. Is it growing? Are you able to tell? Actually, look at this shit. I think it's fine. I think they just fucked with us over here on the grid on these little maps. Sons of bitches. It'll be fine. See over here, it's fine. I hate it when they do that. They'll do that on these side maps and throw the grid so it doesn't match up to the main map. So we did that perfect. So it's 56 by 73. I was worried about it, and it's nothing to worry about. All right, so where is my... There it is. I said 56 by 73, right? Pretty close to the last one. And if it's consistent, it'll be 2.56. If that works, the entire grid, except for over there, will line up. And it did. See, this really pisses me off. But you know what? We're going to do it. All right, we can close that image out. We can close this. And let's take a look. At the description. Oh, wow. I'll be right back. My brisket is saying done. Brisket is done. I'm going to leave it wrapped. A lot of times I'll put it in the oven at the 170 warming temperature and let those juices soak back into it. Then it'll be ready for dinner this afternoon, late this afternoon, this evening when I go to eat. But that is the beauty of the hot and fast brisket. So I guess let's read and see. So it doesn't give us a description. It sounds like it's just a cavern. So I think what we can do then, we're going to do what we've been doing. We're going to do the building tool. As long as it gives me the option of what I want, which I don't think it's going to. All right. See, what would make me happy would be for this, where is it? This cave floor to translate over in that building tool. It doesn't. So that means we have a choice to make. I think I'm going to build it out using the building tool. We can place the floor down afterwards. And I'm going to make sure that my plan will work. I mean, it is going to create more work for us, but it'll still make it look nicer when we're done. So some of the issues we're going to build this out so that it's one big map, even though these are like corridors cut through the mountain. We're going to have it gridded out all together, and then we'll fill these spaces in later. So first, since we're going to do that, let's set our terrain. Loki, are you digging a ditch or what, buddy? So let's set our terrain first. Do we want that? All right, I think we'll settle on the limestone. Let's go to our building tool. And we'll need to pick a wall. I mean, if we're going to use the building tool, we could... Technically, we could go with this. Make it look like the caverns. Right? Even though it says cellar wall, I mean, it's still like a rocky wall. Design decisions. Somehow we have some of these walls double installing too, which is problematic. Let's go with that. And the pattern doesn't really matter because we're going to lay something over top of it. And because it's not constructed, we're going to pull it onto our tablet so we can draw it. All right. Hopefully it's going to work straight off the bat. There we go. Let's see. Yep. I think we're going to try to do this just as one long run. With the exception of like these tunnels where we do it as an outline. And we'll do what we did on the last map and construct the interior mountain walls later. Because on the general construction, I mean, the last time we did this, we found, you know, it would be really nice if this worked like the cave tool where you draw tunnels, it creates tunnels, they don't run together. But the problem with the cave tool is it tends to just look fugly. Let's be honest. We don't do fugly. And we don't even care about fidelity anymore, let's be honest. We'll get it as close to the layout as possible. If we're off a little bit, nobody cares. I mean, if there is somebody who cares, then don't use the map. It's all good. I think the plan's going to be, we're going to get the general outline done now. Thinking it'll probably be close to 2 o'clock, which is give the puppy her pill time. And then I may even decide to go to the gym this afternoon. Then I need to go to the store and pick up some stuff that we need. I'm scared to see what my bench is at after all this time off. I don't know, maybe I'll decide to get on later. If I do, and actually do some gaming. This dinner's pretty much ready. I just have to, I think I'm going to chop up some red potatoes or something. Roast them in the oven. Have that with the brisket. And maybe I'll do something green along with it. Kind of seems, like you're breaking the rules eating something green along with your barbecue. So I think we're going to get this done. We'll get the tower part over there done. In a way, I hate doing this map this way, but you know, unless you use an art program instead of a mapping program that uses bitmap graphics, you don't have a lot of choices. We're getting there. We've made the turn. Is it going to close? Oh shit. We got the spinning wheel going. That's not a good thing. I'm not feeling confident right now. We've got the not responding. The spinning beach ball of death. I'm pretty sure we're crashing. We're going to wait and see, but I am pretty sure we are crashing and burning. We didn't crash and burn. Amazing. All right, so let's take a look. I got the exterior outline done of the actual caverns. So we're going to have to come back in, do the interior walls, fill these in. I went with limestone because I have something that will do the fill without an issue. I'm going to create these zones here real quick. And then we'll throw a wall around where the tower zone is, since this is like multiple levels of this tower. And we'll see where we go from there. I really thought that was going to crash. And I'm not going to save until I get all these walls in. The shame of it is, I mean, if we're being honest, all the floor we're laying down, we're going to end up covering. But we're doing it this way to make life a little bit easier. I know there are people that refuse to use the building tool, but in all honesty, it lays down some pretty good walls, and it gives you a good base to work with. Now, here's the question. I'm going to throw an alternative wall down. What do I want to use? Doesn't really matter. I just don't want them to be able to see outside of this zone if it ends up having some windows or portals or something in there. So let's just go with the G wall. We will snap the grid. And that one is closed off. Awesome. So let's do a save. Can't believe we're at level 20. And considering we've done some redos of levels where we redid some of the older levels that we weren't happy with. You know, we're getting along pretty well. So I guess it comes down to how do we want to handle this? At this point, we have our main walls in. We could opt to create the cave floor inside of here as one big zone, since we did one big zone. Then we're going to have to come back in and do walls and interior voids, which are like the mountain. And for that, we'll have to find something that's pretty darn close to the limestone. I mean, we can use probably the terrain C as my guess. But I think that's how we're going to handle this. So there's a bunch of stuff that has to be done inside of here. I'm not sure how we're going to layer that to make it look the way we want. Might just use one of those rocks that we have and size it up if it actually scales to this size. And kind of have a portal there. But we'll figure that out. Let's take a look at our time. So it's 10 of. We got level 19 finished. Should have had that finished yesterday, but we were a little too indecisive about being indecisive with that yesterday. We have level 20 set up, the initial outline. I think we have in our mind exactly how we're going to take care of the rest of this map. I don't want a gridded floor here. So we are going to lay down the texture for the cave floor. Then we'll start laying the interior walls in. So we'll work on that tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get that all done. And if we can get this map done, then I will be tickled pink. I think we will leave the gridded texture in here. Since this is kind of I mean, it's got stairs, semi-constructed, we'll leave it like that. but the rest of this we are going to build it out like a cave with a few crevasses, it looks like, and a bunch of other stuff. So we're going to call that for now. I'm going to go to the gym, have some not fun, and we will see y'all later. It's possible I'll get on later, maybe play some Warcraft, maybe play some, kind of want to play some Outriders and test a build that I set up, see how that works, but we'll decide on the fly. Everybody have a great rest of your day, and we'll catch you tomorrow.